I'd be happy to. Mr. Argo?
Here.
Mr. Horton?
Here.
Mr. Wynn?
Here.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Here.
And Mrs. Casper?
Here. You can't hear us? I was going to say, we're getting some,
Yeah, something's
we're getting
happening
some
on here.
feedback. Greg, we have a student here today, and he's going to lead us in the pledge, so please join us.
Would the audience please rise? That's loud, sorry. Would the audience please rise? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I would like a motion to approve the agenda. Gosh, that's really loud.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the agenda? If not, Mr. Bertram, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
And Mrs. Casper?
Yes. Can we fix that?
Yeah, could
Can we
somebody
fix
from
that?
technology stop down?
Okay. Is it working better now? No, I can still hear myself in
This
more
is
than
the-
one place.
Yeah, this is the problem I had last time, and he went in, and I don't know what he did, but
Aaron, can we fix this? Okay, in the meantime, I have a very short board president comment. Just welcome back to school. This was our first full week of school, and I think people are settling in nicely. I've been in a couple buildings, and what's my favorite part of the building?
Clean floors.
The nice shiny floors. So thank you to our custodial staff that got everything ready, and I hope that all of our students are off to a great year. So with that, Dr. Whiteley.
So it's wonderful to have students back in our building. The energy that they bring is just palpable. One of my favorite things that was shared with me was from one of our assistant principals in a building. A student had made her bus driver tips of the trade as a writer, and it shared things like know all your students' names, and sometimes candy is nice if you would like to help us behave, and make sure that you stagger for your behavior situations. It was just super cute. It was made by like a second grader, and I loved it. It was all drawn. But just getting back in the groove of things, I did want to provide you an update on enrollment. So a year ago from today, when we looked at enrollment, we were at 16,814. This morning, this enrollment was run this morning, 17,007 students. So we're pretty steady with kind of where we ended the year last year. It was about, but just if you have those two starting points, we started at 16,814 last year. This year we're starting at 17,007. I know our welcome team has been working around the clock. I know Randy has been very supportive in that and making sure that as enrollments continue to come in and registrations that we're working through that process to get them in and starting school and in their regular routine as quick as possible. We also had a question in one of our recent meetings just about, if you remember, open enrollment. A couple years ago, we grandfathered in some open enrollment students. Those are currently freshmen. So freshmen on or in that grandfathered language. And so those are the only open enrollment students that we have in addition to staff members' children because of our collective bargaining agreements. So total number of open enrolled students right now is 103. And 66 of those 103 are children of staff members, just for your reference. So that number, again, really just staff members is the only part that fluctuate. That remaining number should stay pretty steady unless it actually decreases, and we'll see that kind of move out as we go from freshmen on. So I know there are just some questions in the summer about open enrollment. We are not an open enrollment district, again, unless you are a staff member's child, or again, you're in that segment of grandfathered children that are currently freshmen and above. So those are our numbers. We'll continue to monitor those. But like I said, it's going to be a great school year, and we're off to a wonderful start.
I'm sorry if you said this, I was having the feedback issue. Did you say there are still people that are enrolling as we speak?
As we speak. That's pretty common for our district, actually. I would say it settles down right after Labor Day. I think you see that kind of settling down. So we get enrollments pretty much every day. And then like about middle of September, we've hit our our norm per se, or our pretty constant number, but all year we really receive enrollments, and then you see another spike around January when you see semester changes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bertram, treasurer's update or report?
Yes, please.
Comments?
As you know, we've been replacing a few staff in the office. I'd just like to say that it's going very well. The staff that has come in, all but two will be in by the end of September. It's going very well. We're working hard to learn the Lakota ways, and also meeting the entire building staff, all the different buildings, the administrative teams, and really getting acclimated well. Making it through the 820 payroll was exciting. Very few bumps as we went through that, and so it's been very successful. I am very excited with the changes, but at the same time, I'm very excited with the people that have stayed with us as well. They're a good nucleus team, and I think we're meshing well. Very excited about that. And then the only other thing I want to say about staffing is the team members that had left, they left us in a good place. So very thankful to them for doing so, and I want to wish them the very best in their new endeavors. So,
Great, thank you.
yes.
Mrs. Fuller, would you like to join us for the student spotlight?
We have a different spin on the Student Spotlight. Lakota West Senior Greg Wisman, who you just heard lead the Pledge of Allegiance, is here to share his Eagle Scout project proposal for your consideration. Please welcome Greg.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Greg Wisman. I'm a Life Scout in Troop 940, and I'm currently working on my Eagle project. When coming up with an idea for an Eagle project, people recommend looking around your community and seeing if there are any problems you can feasibly contribute to solving. As I searched the community, I saw tattered flags in need of retirement that were continuing to be posted, and people looking for a resource to help them get rid of these flags respectfully. My project is placing several flag retirement boxes in public locations across Westchester and Liberty Township, and I am here today to ask for permission to post one of these boxes in the Lakota School Board building. I picked this building because it is a high-traffic area near people who would use the project effectively. I have been a Lakota student all my life, and I would be honored to give back to the schools that have made me who I am today. This box will be a 2-by-2 foot base and 4 feet tall. The flags will be collected every 6 months and would include contact information if early pickup is necessary. If you approve, the box will be posted in the next month, and the first collection will be in November. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight and for your consideration.
Does anybody have any questions? Thank you for that presentation, but do we have any questions?
I have one question. So going forward, will you continue to collect the flags, or will it be future troop members, or how?
After I age out from the troop and move on to college or whatever else I choose to do, it'll be continued through our troop for many years to come. If you request a removal, we'll of course remove it. Otherwise, regular pickups would be every 6 months, or if needed early, just use the contact information on the box.
Wonderful.
For your project, I'm curious, did you do fundraising? How are you funding the boxes, and how many boxes are you going to have throughout the area?
I have about 10 boxes, or 10 places that have already committed to having a box. I funded the boxes through our troop. We have a very active and lively troop community who are all very willing to help out and donate. So I've made my donations from there.
That's fantastic. As an Eagle Scout, I really love this project. It serves a need, and as a former Cub Master, I would get reached out all the time for people looking to dispose of flags that have worn out and needed to be retired properly. So really happy to see this project come to life.
Thank you very much.
I guess one question that I would have is, can you talk a little bit about what the retirement process looks like? I've been involved in a couple of those ceremonies, and they're always very moving, but can you give us a little bit of information about how that works?
Of course, yes. So in the United States, there are very few organizations that are actually allowed to do flag retirement ceremonies. The Boy Scouts of America is in fact one of them. So I would collect these flags, have them brought back to our meeting location, which is the St. John Church near Lakota West. We have a campfire, like a fire ring up at the top. There's some speeches that we give to honor the flags, and then we lay the flags to rest in the fire.
Thanks a lot. Like Doug, I'm also a recovering Cub Master, so I've had many of flags that we've been given, and so I think this is definitely a service that folks in the community are going to take advantage of and is desperately needed. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Are there any more questions?
More of a sentimental question. Why was respectfully, decommissioning these flags just such a important project to you? Why did it stick out to you? Why did you commit so much time to this?
A lot of my family members have served in the United States military. My grandfather was in the Air Force. My stepdad was in the Navy. So that's just something very important to me. A lot of people have fought and died to protect the flag and all that it represents. So giving it a meaningful end is just really important.
Thank you. I agree.
So this is your final step. Do you have a ceremony to present, like to be, I don't know, to become an Eagle Scout? Is there like a ceremony? Like I was a Girl Scout, so it was called a step-up ceremony. Do you have something now that you've completed all of your requirements?
So what I will do, there's going to be a Scoutmaster conference where I'll talk one-on-one with the guy that's in charge of our troop. If he thinks that I'm ready for it, I'll move on to a practice board review with more people from our troop who will just sort of grill me on everything that I've done so far, make sure that I'm ready for the real deal board. Then I'll have a board review with people from outside of the troop in our, I think it's called a committee. They'll ask me all the questions about everything I've done in the troop and my scouting career so far. And if that goes well, I'll have what's called a court of honor to sort of like move on kind of thing.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations. Dr. Whiteley, do you?
I just think it's amazing, and I said this to you in the audience, that he took the initiative to email a school board member with a question, and then we had some questions in response to that, and he answered questions. So he took the very professional mode to begin this conversation, and I just to say I was very appreciative and very proud of how he wrote that, because in a very texting generation and things where communication is pretty instant, it was a very formal email that I thought was very appreciative and just showed the honor and pride he was taking in his work to say that he wanted to present it to us tonight.
So I think that if nobody disagrees, I think we would love to have one of the donation boxes in our school district.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Greg.
Have a great night.
You
Thank
too.
you. Okay, Dr. Whiteley, student achievement.
I just wanted to give some updates around our ESL program, so English as a Second Language program. Sometimes you'll hear it referred to as ELL, English Language Learner Program. It's hard to believe that only a year ago we did not have an ESL director, just to put that into perspective. So we have around 1,900 ELL students. That's pretty equivalent to our special education population. So to think that before a year ago we didn't have a director in that role is a little mind-boggling. And so I think we're really proud to have that new director in place, Ms. Krista McCormick. Right now, again, we have around 1,900 English language learners who are supported across Lakota. Approximately 70 languages are represented amongst our families. And our 4 largest language groups are Spanish, Arabic, Nepali, and Uzbeki. And you might remember that from our community conversations that we did about a year and a half ago, where we really tried to engage our families to learn about our strengths and our growth areas and how we could best support them. Our ESL team has grown to 47 teachers. When you have 70 languages present in 1,900 ELL students, that definitely takes some support, and they're serving across our buildings along with one tutor who helps in our ESL program. Also, very, very proud of the fact that those staff are able to provide a more consistent, accessible support. We didn't always have that, where we had a staff member dedicated to those spaces to be able to intervene and provide those supports, so that staffing model is proving very successful. During the 25-26 school year, we had 334 students achieve English proficiency. and that means they were eligible to exit EL services. So in K-6, that number was 280 students. And in grades 7 through 8, that was 51 students. That is a huge achievement because the goal, just like with any services, is just for you to be able to graduate from those services and not need them. Again, 86% of our ESL students are either progressing towards English proficiency or they have reached that. So again, with as much diversity that we have in our district, which is such a strength, that is a huge testament that they're working for or have achieved that progress. And then lastly, we're doing a great job, but we're always improving about how we monitor that student growth. So really making sure that we're benchmarking those OELPA standards. So those are what standards that we use for English proficiency. We have a new student data platform for our ESL students. It has individual goals and monitor progress that we do over time. And then also we've really made sure to have a concentrated effort on our curriculum, just like we do with our Tier 1. We do that in also Tier 2 and Tier 3. And so for this year, we've added some new curriculum, particularly around writing support for our English learners to make sure that not only can they be adept in the English language verbally, but also in the written form. And then also we've added some new curriculum and resources for students who are new to the United States. So for grades 3 through 12, we have some new printed newcomer programs or program materials. And then we're also implementing an oral language program for our youngest newcomers. And that's actually developed by one of our district speech and language pathologists who has used that. And we're showing some great results. So I just wanted to share that data with you because, like I said, it's hard to believe that some of that structure didn't exist a year ago. And so our goal is really to help make sure that our students not only achieve their language proficiency, but make sure that they can have support and access and really feel part of our Lakota community and our schools. And so I think our curriculum department, but particularly Ms. Kristen McCormick, our director of ELL, I think she's done a great job in a very short period of time to make sure that our students and our families and also our teachers feel very supported. I know in my listening sessions with our ELL teachers specifically, they were doing a lot of data work instead of being able to really access our students. And I think Ms. McCormick came in and did a great job of figuring out how we can do both, how we can have the data and make it more manageable so that our students can, or that our teachers can get to our students to be able to provide the intervention that they need.
Any questions for Dr. Whiteley? All right, thank you for that. We'll move on to board reports. Butler Tech, Mr. Nguyen, do you have a Butler Tech report for us?
Yeah, more so just kind of, reading off their student success newsletter, but we also did have a couple of other developments following the meetings that we had in Washington, D.C., as well as with Columbus legislators. So Butler Tech was awarded with the AmHub an additional $3.2 or $2.3 million from the Jobs Ohio and the Ohio Community Fund. Just highlighting some of Lakota students. We had a senior capstone project, and these engineering students at Lakota East designed, coded, and built a fully interactive Benjamin Franklin robot, which I have not had the pleasure of looking at right now, but or as of yet. But the video was pretty interesting, it was a really cool discussion that we were able to have at the last Butler Tech board meeting. Just hearing from our other board members and Kristen Abudakar on just kind of the success stories that are happening across Butler Tech, but it's certainly more personal with Lakota connection. Additionally, we've been able to host quite a variety of really important meetings in Butler Tech facilities, both national to both of national defense importance as well as just kind of locally. Recently, the Aviation Center hosted an event regarding aerospace. We had generals, colonels, legislators from across the nation just kind of highlight Butler Tech using that space to talk aerospace and national defense and our country's role in that. We also had today, actually, we had an event with Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Tressel, and a part of their, they had 9 stops across the state, and I think it really speaks to the work that Ms. Schaefer has done, my predecessor on Butler Tech's board, but also the other board members, past and present on Butler Tech, and John Graft and this team that they have over there, just the connections that they've been able to forge to have an event like that where the governor personally chose to highlight Butler Tech and to use that space in his sort of going out, heart of it all, Heart of Opportunity tour. So that was really cool. And yeah, I just wanted to highlight just all the amazing work that Butler Tech is doing, but also just, I think, speak to the relationships that they're forging and how they're leading the way in Ohio and really across the country.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Nguyen? Policy. We have some first reads. Mr. Marshall, welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Casper. The Board Policy Committee met last Wednesday on the 19th. And there are four, there we go, with sound. There are four policies that are before you, and I just want to briefly highlight the changes or the proposed revisions to those. The first one is 1531. That deals with administrators' contracts. And what we did was to align our policy to our practice that we changed this past summer. For those administrators now working on a 250-day contract, they will accrue up to 20 days of vacation, and then those that have a 260-day contract can accrue up to 30 days of vacation time. And again, that's just matches the practice that we started. The second one, 6220, this deals with budget preparation. That was a template that Randy and his team went through, and it speaks to the minimum and maximum number of days, 90 and 150 respectively, dealing with operating funds and cash balance. 6425 deals with the frequent flyer miles or related benefits, and that we can accrue those, we can earn those, and we want to make sure that, we wanted to make sure that we're aligned to the other applicable policies that speak to this. And then finally, 7540.02, digital content. Since we are an opt-out district, the language that we use in this policy now speaks to that. So we removed some language that talked about parent permission, again, because we're an opt-out district. Any questions with that?
No, thank you. Anybody have any questions? All right, thank you. And then facilities?
So the two main topics of facilities, of course, are, just making sure that we are providing our community for the November bond issue that is on the ballot. So one of it was just making sure that we're continuing those conversations and being proactive about the next steps, whatever direction that may be in November. But then also making sure that we, again, have solidified those community engagement experiences so that people can come and learn and get the information that they need. So this week is the start of those. I think last week I had a session as well, but we really have tried to diversify the type of sessions that we're giving to our community. And what I mean by that is we're going to have our formal presentations where you come and I give the informational session. Our first one of those actually is this week. It's on the 27th at Reach Out Lakota at 1 o'clock. These are also on our district website as well. But the formal presentation this week will be on August 27th at 1 o'clock at Reach Out Lakota. But then again, we were trying to try some new formats. So then on August 26th, so Wednesday at 5:30, you can have a drop-in with Whiteley, our communications and their fun little words, right? Which means you can come and talk master facilities. So instead of seeing a real formal presentation, you might just come with questions, right? You might just want to have a more conversational feel than a formal presentation, but again, more master facilities focused. But you drop by Shooters and I will be there, and I will ask any questions and help just kind of navigate those conversations as best we can. And then lastly, if you would like to submit questions from your own home and you don't have to go anywhere, on Friday we will have Facebook Facilities Fridays, basically. This one is at 7 a.m. if you're a bright and early waker, but don't worry, they're not all at 7 a.m. But basically, our community members will be able to submit questions in advance, and we will answer as many of those as we can in the allotted time. And then we'll make sure that will also help us formulate our FAQs further as we go. So again, we have formal presentations, we have drop-ins, which are more question and answer based and conversational, and then we also have, maybe you just don't want to venture out, but you have some questions, and you can submit those questions in advance, and then we can work through those on Facebook Live on Friday. Fridays. So again, all those wonderful dates, that's just this week, right? All those wonderful dates are on our calendar, and we hope that our community can just be as informed as possible so that they can make whatever decision they see fit come November.
Any questions for Dr. Whiteley? All right. We have now come to the public participation part of our meeting. Per policy 169.1, Lakota Local Schools regular board meeting of educations are not public meetings, but meetings held in public. However, the board encourages and appreciates citizens' interest in meetings of the board. This place in the agenda is specifically set aside to hear comments from visitors. Public participation is an opportunity for the public to speak to the Board of Education. While board members will listen intently, this is not intended to be a dialogue between speakers and board members. The speaker should give his or her name prior to beginning his or her remarks. The official 3 minutes allotted for each speaker will begin after the speaker has stated his or her name. Anyone who is a Lakota resident, a Lakota Schools employee, or a district business owner may participate during the designated public participation portion of a meeting. For the board to fulfill its obligations to complete the planned agenda in an effective and efficient fashion, public comment at each meeting is allowed a maximum of 30 minutes unless voted otherwise. Each statement made by the participant shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration unless lowered by the presiding officer before the start of public comment. For fairness to all participants, the microphone will be turned off at the conclusion of the 3-minute time limit. I think that takes longer than 3 minutes, but we have two tonight. Our first speaker will be Kevin Carlin. If you will come to the mic here, the 3-minute clock will be right there, and I can't see it, so someone will have to.
Try to go.
Somebody will have to back up so I can see it.
Just watch me.
You should have 2 mics over there, so I didn't have to walk so far. So that's okay. How are you doing tonight? Kevin Carlin, and I'm here as a resident of the Lakota School District. I'm here tonight to ask the board for help with the Lakota community to better understand the impact of Ed Choice vouchers are having on the Ohio public school system. The numbers I'm sharing with you tonight come directly from the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce. In Lakota, the number of Ed Choice vouchers used to be for low-income students increased from 68 in 2023 to 124 in 2026. For students who are not classified as low income, that number of vouchers increased from 46 in 2023 to 2,158 in 2026. That represents an increase of more than 4,500%. In 2023, about 60% of vouchers recipients were low-income students. Today, low-income students make up just over 5% of the voucher recipients, meaning approximately 95% of Ed vouchers are now being used by students who are not low-income, and many of these students have never attended public school. We should also consider the financial impact. In 2025, Lakota received approximately $2,979 in state funding per student. Meanwhile, the average Ed Choice voucher amount in Butler County was $4,651 per student, with a difference of $1,672. Ohio funds education through a single state budget line. When more public dollars are directed towards vouchers, those dollars are no longer available for traditional public schools. As public school funding becomes increasingly strained, districts often face pressure to seek additional local funding through property taxes. To be clear, this isn't about limiting parent choice. Families have every right to choose a private, religious, or other educational opportunities for their children. My concern is public education dollars, how they're being used. I believe tax dollars designated for public education should primarily support public schools. If public funds are to be provided to private schools, then the public deserves a conversation about accountability, transportation, and whether all schools are being held to the same standard. I request tonight that I would like the board to consider ways to educate and inform our community about the effects of Ed Choice voucher program on public education and school funding in Lakota. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Next, we have Mr. Rob Long.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm going to try not to yell. Can you hear me okay from here? Perfect. Okay. My name is Rob Long. I'm a parent of 2 Endeavor students, and I'm here tonight on my wife's birthday because I care deeply about the safety of students who walk and bike to school, and because I believe they deserve better. For years, staff members assisted students at various crosswalks across the district. This year, that assistance was discontinued just days before school began. What started as anger, I quickly turned into action. With the help of a neighbor, I organized a volunteer group of 8 parents to cover the crosswalks near Endeavor. Being out there has taught me something. Many of our students don't know how to safely use a crosswalk. Without staff there to tell them when it was safe, I've watched children struggle with where to look and when to cross. Because of this, our goal as volunteers is to teach rather than direct. We're not stepping into the street and we're not telling the kids when to cross. We're helping them use their own minds and eyes to stay safe. But we cannot always be there. And even if we could, Endeavor is only one building. Lakota has had more than its fair share of pedestrian incidents. In 2024, Lakota East freshman Aspen Reynolds was struck and tragically killed outside of this very school. No student should ever die walking to school. I want to acknowledge that Lakota and its partners have worked hard to improve safety since 2024. But we are not at the finish line. And it's hard not to feel like we've just taken a serious step backward without a clear strategy for moving forward. A week and a half ago, I expected to be standing here demanding to get our crossing assistance back. Instead, what I've seen firsthand is that our children need to learn rather than just being supervised. So tonight, I'm asking the board to think bigger. We don't have to look far for inspiration. Kettering's Cross Safe program brings their district, city, and community together monthly to focus on pedestrian safety. I'm asking Lakota to help build a similar partnership, bringing together the wider community to focus on these issues year-round. And families must have a seat at this table so they can be part of the conversation and the solution. In closing, I sincerely want to thank the superintendent for her recent candor and engagement with me on this issue. But I cannot state this firmly enough. Simply talking about pedestrian safety will not keep our children safe. They deserve a plan and they deserve action. I have a lot of ideas and I'm ready to be a part of that solution. I hope Lakota is ready to lead it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Those are the only 2 speakers we have this evening, so thank you both for coming to the mic. We now will move to our administrative reports, and our first one is our financial forecast review. Mr. Bertram?
Yes, as you recall, Mr. Zink presented last meeting, July 27th, and Mr. Zink had prepared the forecast and then handing off the treasurer's roll to myself. He also handed off the preparation of the forecast to one of his colleagues, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore and I worked together through the forecast, and within the forecast, we found 2 differences in what Mr. Zink had. Property tax relief program. The Butler County Commissioners decided not to continue the piggyback tax relief program for property owners beyond its initial year, which we're very thankful for, Commissioners. And as a result, we were able to add back in another $500,000 in revenue for that piggyback that we'll be receiving second half. And then the other item that we saw were expenditures had been modeled, but looking at the expenditures, we felt that we could model them 0.5% lower throughout the forecast period, resulting in a $7 million reduction in expenditures over the forecast period. Again, we believe this is somewhere within the payroll area, and we'll continue to look at that and monitor each and every payroll, make sure that is correct. And I would like to say, despite these two positive variances from the model presented by Mr. Zink, the forecast continues to include the same projected 3.6 mil operating levy for 2029. Again, that's nothing that's been formally approved. It is a placeholder. And it's also important to note, based on current projections, that proposed 3.6 operating levy would provide funding to maintain a district minimum cash reserve of 30 days of operating expenditures through 2031. And we're just getting approved, or the first read tonight, of a 90-day minimum cash balance. So that's something we'll have to review in the upcoming year or two to make sure those are aligning with either the millage amount and or the cash reserve balance. Any questions?
Questions?
We went through this also in the finance meeting right before this, and so we had the opportunity to review it at that point too.
Did we skip the finance report? Oh my gosh, I did. I skipped the finance report.
Well, we can do it here as part of this.
So finance committee, so I apologize
I
for
thought
that.
I'd be doing it, but it's okay.
Let's do the finance report, finance committee report, in conjunction with Randy's report.
Sure.
Oh. All right, we did go over those variances in the forecast from July 27th to what the board should be approving this evening. Again, they are minor in the big scheme of things. I'll never say $7 million is minor, but as a percentage, it is just half of 1% over a 5-year period. We also talked about some of the savings the finance department's been able to realize with the staffing changes, and that's in the tune of about $90,000 for fiscal year 27. And we did discuss some of the savings that we could realize as well by approving a different broker, which will come to you next month for approval. And that was to the tune of, I'm trying to think what that number was offhand, $380,000, I believe, over the 5-year period. So we are starting to see some savings, and we'll continue to look and monitor savings as we move forward throughout the district.
We also talked about, with that savings on the changing brokers, we wanted to make sure we understood the impact of what was being built into any bids that went out on our behalf by those brokers from the insurance carriers, to make sure that we didn't have a savings on one side and an additional expense on the other.
Any questions? Any financial questions? All right. Dr. Whiteley, I think we're ready for our board levy training.
So, approximately a year ago-ish, we had similar training, levy training, but as you know, we have two new team members. And so we're just wanting to make sure to have our levy training with our legal counsel to go over not only what this group is allowed to do. Tonight's presentation from Mr. Stronsky will focus on my role, Randy's role, and board members' roles, but then on the 26th, so just 2 days from now, Mr. Marshall will meet with the building principals and the assistant principals, and they will receive training as well, focused more on what staff members and building and principals' roles permit and do not permit. So 2 different presentations, and while similar in nature, they're catered to different audiences, right? Because our roles look different than building principals and staff members, but both of those trainings will happen this week because we want to make sure that everybody understands kind of the do's and don'ts and what's allowable and not. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gary.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. We'll go through this presentation rather quickly. I do think we'll hit the highlights on what board members can do. Those rules are pretty easy. For Randy and Ashley, they're a little bit different and more nuanced. But I want you guys to start from the understanding of what the law says. And the law, there's 3 different statutes on it, but it says that a school district shall not spend public funds in support of or opposition to a levy or bond issue. And so if you think from a big picture perspective, what does that mean? You can't go out and buy, with public funds, a billboard that says vote yes for the bond issue number 1 that's on the ballot in November, right? We can't do that. But there are other rules that the district can follow to get information out. And so we'll go through those, and there can be some gray area between what constitutes support versus just getting information out. But the first few slides talk about a cautionary tale, and what I would tell you is, in this circumstance, maybe in others we want to be like Bellbrook, but in this circumstance we do not want to be like Bellbrook. because they got themselves into some serious trouble putting some flyers out that had really pro-levy messages, and you can see them up there on the screen. The second one's pretty bad. If you take what I just said, how we can't spend public funds in support of a levy, they say continue the excellence with the passage of issue 4, which was their levy. So that went up from a school district mailer paid for with public funds. What did this result in? As we see here, the superintendent was charged with the crime, as were a few board members. The superintendent and one board member pleading guilty to a count of dereliction of duty. They were fined, had to reimburse the district for the cost. A couple board members refused a plea deal. They were ultimately convicted of a criminal charge, and each had to pay, I think, $502 in restitution. They appealed, and their convictions were upheld. So why do we bring this up? We bring it up because this resulted in the Auditor of State issuing guidance in the form of frequently asked questions, which is very good guidance to consult whenever you have a question. Can we do this or can we not do this? So there's a link there to it. This was updated in 2025, not a whole lot different from 2023, but besides the law that I mentioned, this is the kind of legal resource we would want to go to whenever there is a question as to whether or not a school board can do something in this area. I would mention this FAQ has a lot of best practices that are mentioned. Those best practices are not legal requirements, they're just that, best practices. Great ideas to follow, but are we legally required to follow them in all circumstances? No. For instance, one of the FAQs asks, can a school district put out a reminder to the residents to go and vote, like through the all-call system? Can we do that? The best practice recommends that a school district do that every single election, not just ones where they're on the ballot. But it's just that, a best practice. So the Auditor of State even recognizes that you could just do it when you're on the ballot. For the most part, when districts ask that question, we say, hey, do it every election. It's a good idea to do it anyway. It probably costs you very little to get that word out, so go ahead and do it and follow that best practice. A few of these slides have the statutes. That there are a specific statute for school boards, but then there's other statutes that say essentially the exact same thing to other political entities, which is you can't spend public money in support of a levy or a bond issue. Once we go into, we'll skip through those statutes and just go into our practical approach. Of course, if you guys have any questions, I forgot to mention that, please ask them. Happy to answer any of them you might have. But we'll go into kind of the basics of this. Step one, stick to the facts. This is the key takeaway. The district can provide information about levies or bond issues to the public in a variety of ways, through newsletters, through emails, through information sessions like Dr. Whiteley had mentioned before. And that is just answering questions factually, getting the information out factually. You can tell, and this is in the FAQ, the Auditor of State says they get a lot of complaints when school districts tell the public what will happen if a levy does not pass. So we'll have our clients who say, if the levy doesn't pass, we're going to cut specials, we're going to cut busing, we're going to do all these things. Well, the public, the auditor says, feels that that is a form of trying to convince the public to vote for the levy or support for the levy. The Auditor of State recognizes that that is not that at all, that's not support, and that school districts can put out the consequences of if a levy or a bond issue were to pass or fail. And so in your case, where you have a bond issue on the ballot for renovating buildings, you can clearly point out to the public that if this passes, here's what will happen. We're going to make these changes with our buildings. If it doesn't pass, this will be the result of that. And just stick to the pure informational aspect of it. I think on this slide, that's all I had. I don't like how this, I have to hit the button every time. I'm going to fix that next time, or at least I'll fix it for Aaron for Wednesday. Staff, again, can prepare and distribute materials paid for by district funds if they're purely factual. We mentioned that. You can get out OFCC information as well. The Auditor of State in the FAQ talks about that. The one kind of highlight here on this slide where it's circled, This is another best practice. Again, probably a good recommendation to do. So even when you're not on the ballot, the Auditor of State recommends providing regular community updates regarding the district's finances rather than only when a levy is pending. You will often see a treasurer or a consultant step up to the mic at every single board meeting when a board is on the ballot leading up to it and presenting all kinds of information. The auditor says, well, if you're going to do that regularly, not just when the district's on the ballot. Surveys, Bellbrook got in trouble for surveys as well. So you can conduct surveys. School districts can spend money on surveys. The survey firms cost quite a bit of money to run a survey, especially in a large district. That's going to run you quite a bit to get a good survey. But you can't ask questions such as, would you vote for a 3.6 mil operating levy or a 1% income tax? The Auditor of State says you can't poll the public like that. But you could ask, for instance, what do you think would be the status of our current buildings, right? If you're trying to gauge, would the public not necessarily support a bond issue, but what do they think about our buildings? Do we even need to consider a bond issue ourselves to upgrade our buildings? You can ask questions like that, but you want to avoid questions that would try to gauge the public interest in whether or not they would support one option over another, and that's where Bellbrook had got into trouble as well. So we have a couple statements here just to apply what I've said. I think some of these will be obvious. Here's one. Election day is May 3rd. Go out and vote. That one is purely informational and can happen. You're not encouraging anyone to vote for any particular issue. If you were to say, however, your vote shows that you support education, we're getting more towards crossing that line, and if you would ask me, could we say this before you put that information out, I would say no. Let's hold back, and we can do this another way. We don't need to say that your vote shows you support public education. That is more of a message of support. The next one talks about if the levy fails, here's what's going to happen. We got to lay off 23 teachers, 3 administrators, no more fine arts or PE. As I said before, a message like that would be fine. I don't think any of our clients would word it that way, that harshly, but you could. That's purely informational. The next one is kind of ridiculous, but we have it here for a point. Do you like to drive your kids to school? If the levy fails, you'd be doing a whole lot more of that. Obviously, that's crossing the line, and we would not do that because you're trying to influence the public into voting for that. Some of these statements, just to be clear, are right on the line. You have a statement here, as a district, we pride ourselves on being fiscally responsible. Not necessarily illegal, but I could see how somebody could make the argument that, well, how are you going to prove you're fiscally responsible, right? I'm going to force you to do that by filing a complaint and saying you're advocating for support of the levy by using phrases like that. They're often difficult to prove. I'm sure in most cases we could prove them, but nonetheless you're coming up right on that line where you might be inviting a complaint. I still think this one would be okay if you said something like it, but you're right there at the line where you're almost inviting a complaint. So you want to try to avoid language and phrases that really can't be quantified, working hard, being good stewards, that sort of thing. Be careful with graphics and animations as well. Really, some of those can cross the line from being informational to, if you just look at them, supportive or advocating for support of the levy. So you want to be careful with whatever graphics you use in your mailers or in your newsletters or emails. Here we have some information on surveys. I think I touched on that. We don't really need to go over that anymore. What can we say? Again, we can advance public awareness of the district's programs. There are statutes that say that. You can talk about safety and security, mental health, school district operations, what will happen if funds are obtained, what will happen if not, and what changes might be made. So if we consider who, the next set of slides, consider who, how, and where these things can be said. I can sum this up for the board really quickly. For a board member, the Auditor of State in the FAQ says, the only time you cannot advocate for someone to vote yes or even no for a levy or a bond issue would be right now, during a board meeting, and that's because you're being compensated for attending the board meeting. For all other times where you're out in the community, you are not being compensated by the school district, and you can go door to door at any point. You can also, for instance, I think you guys have already taken the steps, you certainly have, to get this on the ballot. When you vote to put the resolution of necessity or resolution to proceed on the ballot, you can explain your vote as well, why you voted this way versus that. But in terms of pure advocation, right now would be the time when you can't use your time at the mic to encourage the public to vote for a levy or bond issue. A little bit different for school employees, especially your administrators who are salaried. So Ashley and Randy work irregular hours, to say the least. So if you have a question of, it becomes a question really of when are they off? When are they not working? When can they go out and go to door? And they certainly can do it. The true answer is it's not entirely clear, but it really would fall on when does the board expect them to be on duty. And we know what their regular business hours would be, but also you would probably expect them to attend certain sporting events maybe. And if Ashley were to be at the football game, she probably shouldn't be wearing a pin that says vote for the levy. There is an example that in the FAQ that would allow a treasurer to do that. If the treasurer purely showed up as a parent or a fan, it says the treasurer could wear such a pin. I'm surprised the auditor of state put that in there, but I think just because of the treasurer's role more towards the finances, that was allowable. They didn't use the superintendent example or principal example, but we would definitely encourage them not to do so. During business hours, the same thing would apply to your other administrators and your employees as well. They can present information, just can't advocate for support. And that's really the basic rule.
So Gary, it's only like for a teacher or a principal, they can't do anything during the day, but at 5 o'clock, they could go to a meeting and persuade people, they could knock on a door, they could put up signs, they could do anything like that as long as it's not during their workday.
Correct. Yeah, your teachers and your other staff have pretty set work hours, and so if they were to go out and do that at 7 p.m. at night or at 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning, that would certainly be allowable. I think it's not on the slide, but one example I wrote was you probably don't expect Ashley to be working at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning, so could she go out and go door to door at that point? I think so. But could she do it during regular business hours? No. We do have some slides in here, and this is a carryover from before the FAQ. The Auditor of State would allow an administrator who's salaried to, during the day, go door to door and knock, as long as they're keeping track of their hours and making sure they work at least 40. Again, I think I would probably caution against that. There are probably better times to do that, but that's a hangover from, I don't want to say old law because they didn't explicitly overrule it here. So we did have a slide in here about that. Still, I don't think it's the best idea given the Bellbrook situation and kind of the heightened scrutiny that's been placed on all districts in Ohio because of that. Okay. I think a lot of this I touched on. There's your salaried employees. Board members we touched on.
So if
Yep.
just as an example, if a principal is door knocking in the middle of the day, right, could they, after work hours, could they say, I am so-and-so principal of West Freshman or Adena or whatever? Is that permissible?
To be able to tell someone what they are? Sure. Okay. Yeah, so I think you asked if a principal went, let's say at 7 p.m. at night, right, door to door, and said, someone answers and they say, I'm the principal of, XYZ Elementary School. I want to encourage you to get out and vote on November 3rd for the bond issue for Lakota. They could say that. They're doing that purely as a citizen, First Amendment right to do that. If they live here, even the better. I don't think that matters, though. The FAQ makes that pretty clear. They have a right to go out and do that as long as they wouldn't be expected to be working during that time. Okay? And then I wanted to show this slide about being ready to defend your actions. This is a real quote from a county prosecutor. And there's not a violation of law here, but the prosecutor had contacted us and said, I received word that the school was used after hours to talk about the school levy where you and the superintendent were present. This is a violation of campaign laws. No one has filed a complaint, but when it's brought to our attention, we must act on it. So your facilities can be utilized for this purpose. So when we say be ready to defend your actions, just be aware that not everybody understands this law, even county prosecutors. They may get a complaint from a citizen and they're going to act on it by at the very least sending an email or making a call. But your facilities could be rented by the pro-levy committee or the anti-levy committee. They can be utilized by the school district itself to present information. If you wanted to hold an informational session here, you could certainly do that. They can be rented as long as whatever group is renting your facilities follows your facility use policy, pays the rental fee if there is one, it maintains insurance if that's required as well. So the school facilities can be used for this purpose. I think that's the kind of gist of what I wanted to hit. There's a lot more in the slides. Happy to answer your questions, or if you think of them later, we can answer those questions. But I hit the highlights there, and that's all I really have. Julie?
I think there often is confusion because there's typically levy committees, both for and against a levy, that also publish material. So I just want to make sure that we distinguish that things that we are prohibited from doing, those committees can do. So if people get literature, they often think it's from us when it is from an independent committee that is fundraised to do their own activity.
Correct. Yeah, good point. And so I guess for the members of the public watching, you want to know that there can be political action committees formed to support or oppose these types of issues, and those committees can raise funds and spend money any way that's legally permissible, but it would certainly be permissible for them to spend money on a mailer to go to every single house in this school district that says vote yes on issue 2 on November 3rd, or support Lakota schools. So they can clearly do that with their own funds. In the FAQ, it's mentioned probably 50 times. The key there for the school district is, and its employees and board members as well, would be to do levy support activities on your, I think the wording is, on your own time and your own dime. And they say that over and over again. And that's the key for the school district. But for the levy committee, they can spend their money on anything they want, or the anti-levy committee as well. So those mailers can and will go out, and they may not necessarily be from the school district. If they're not, there's much more leeway to advocate for support of the levy or bond issue. Okay.
We often talk about this and get this training when it refers to actions that we're taking or levy that we would be placing on the ballot. But does the language also refer to any sort of levy that's on the ballot? So other levies that would not involve the school district, library levies, police levies, that sort of thing, we'd be restricted from taking a position for or against?
Correct. It's not just limited to your own levies that are placed on the ballot. It would be for any levy or bond issue on the ballot, regardless of who put it up.
And then similarly, other political subdivisions as well are prevented from doing that as well?
That's right.
Or is it carved out for school districts?
No, for the most part, they're all prohibited. I think libraries have a little bit more leeway for whatever reason. I saw that as a footnote in the FAQ. They're just given a little more leeway, but for everybody else, the rules are essentially the same. There's that one special school district statute, but the other statutes that were mentioned apply to all political subdivisions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you, Gary. We appreciate it.
Sure, thanks.
All right, we have come to our board action items. I need a motion for board action items A through D. I know at the OFCC resolution, the resolution supporting the full sustainable funding of the Ohio Public Schools, approved contract, the LSSA contract, and approved job descriptions. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Sorry, so moved. My mic was off.
Second.
Discussion before Dr. Whiteley. I'll turn it over to Alex since Alex brought this to the attention of me during agenda setting about the OSBA. Go ahead, Alex, take it away.
Yeah, so the resolution supporting the full and sustainable funding of Ohio's public schools, I guess just a little bit of background there. In the Ohio Constitution, there is a provision, Article 4, Section 2, that says that the General Assembly will secure a thorough and efficient system of common schools throughout the state. And back in 1999, when I was a freshman in high school, there's a lawsuit, Durrell versus the state of Ohio, and the Supreme Court basically said the state is relying too much on local tax versus doing what the Constitution has laid out. So I guess there's been multiple attempts to try to fix that, and the latest attempt was the Fair School Funding Plan that I think it was 2022. It was a bipartisan agreement. It wasn't perfect, but it gets us better than we were doing before. And so what happened there is it was supposed to be phased in over 6 years, and we made it 4 of the 6 years before the state said, we can't continue to fund this, there's not funds. Well, in July, there was an announcement from the Office of Budget and Management for the state that basically said, we have a $2.45 billion surplus. Things have never been better in Ohio, and so the legislature came in quickly and allocated some of those funds. But the purpose of this is to basically just, as a school board, ask the state to consider public education as a place to put a lot of those funds. The big thing we've been seeing is this heavily reliance on property taxes has burdened a lot of the people in our community, and there are things in there that are like a one-time credit that will help right now for property tax, but the real way to kind of fix the situation is to fully fund schools. Then we wouldn't be forced to go on the levy. And the other reason I brought this forward was because when we were talking about all the different options for how we were going to fund our facilities plan, is our community told us loud and clear, we're getting hit real hard by this property tax. We can't afford more than this. So we chose, and this is my summarization, but we chose to pick one problem and try to solve that problem, but it doesn't fix all of our problems. And it's not just a Lakota problem, as the resolution kind of states. It's an issue statewide. So that was kind of the genesis of this.
So school districts across the state of Ohio are being asked to pass this resolution. Any questions on that?
Can we separate it from the rest of the action items?
Can we what?
Separate it from the rest of the action items?
Sure. We don't have to have a motion on that. We just pull it out, vote on separately, right? Dr. Wiley, do you want to speak to the rest of the things that are on the action items?
The first one, letter A, is the approval of the OFCC resolution for the certification of conditional approval. What that means is our $77 million is available for our partnership with the Construction Commission, and so our number has been ready and the funds are available, and we are accepting those funds with that. This becomes an important piece. This is an important resolution because once those funds are accepted, I kind of use the baseball analogy, you have 3 strikes and you're out, meaning you have 3 times to go to the ballot and be successful, or your number is kind of dropped and you go back to the bottom of the list. So once we accept these funds, we have 3 attempts per se on a ballot to be able to move forward with our facilities project. So really this resolution is just about the approval or acceptance of that money, and then we can move forward and continue in that $77 million partnership. As far as, I'm going to skip C and come back to it just because it's a little bit more lengthy. Job descriptions, it's really just the manager of payroll. That's the job description you see there. As Randy mentioned, some new team members that have done a lot of work to kind of update those job descriptions to make sure they're in line with the roles and responsibilities that he sees in his team. So that's why that one's on there. And then C is the LSSA tentative agreement, so the collective bargaining agreement. This is with our classified staff. Just a little history of that. You do have a summary sheet in front of you of the changes that you see in that document. If you remember, just like we did with LEA, we went through the interest-based bargaining process with LSSA, a very collaborative dialogue. We worked hard to be able to enter into that type of negotiations rather than traditional bargaining. We spent a great spring going through that process. And so when it came to ratify the vote with LSSA, so that means their membership votes on the contract, it was actually unsuccessful. It was not ratified. It was a very, very close vote in May, but it was unsuccessful. And the reason for that, they gave a survey to their constituents, and the reason for that was in the original, specifically it was around wages. Specifically what I mean by that is there was a percentage wage increase that all were being proposed, but then in that first proposal there was also some different classifications who were receiving a different amount of raise just because they were more out of market band. So for example, child nutrition. Child nutrition, when you compare it markedly, they needed more of a pay increase than perhaps some other divisions, and so there was a little bit of pay differential amongst the divisions, and the stakeholders of LSSA that didn't sit well with them. It was not palatable for the whole organization as a whole. So once that was not ratified, we came back as a IBB unit, again, an interest-based bargaining unit, so management and classified representation, and we came back in July and did some more interest-based bargaining around salaries for 2 days. And so then you came up with the proposal that you see here, which is a 2.5% raise and a 2.5% raise for all. So there is no classification or differentiation amongst the different groups, regardless if they're in market or out of market. It was that everyone you wanted to be lifted the same rather than the first proposal. And so with that, you will see they had a ratification vote on the 19th, and they passed that ratification, meaning that they accepted this collective bargaining agreement. And so now it has come before you as a Board of Education to seek your approval as well. The other changes that you see there, they're pretty minimal. Meaning once we put finances back on the table in that second round of IBB, some things came off the table that were originally discussion. So you see pretty limited language changes. And again, the biggest piece for the ratification was the salary pieces and how that was delineated through the different classifications of LSSA.
Any questions? Mr. Bertram, we already have a motion and a second that includes all of them. Do we have to amend that motion since Mr. Nguyen would like us to pull out item B?
We should amend it to remove item B.
Can I rescind my original motion? Or do you want me to rescind my original motion or just modify?
We could modify.
I'd like to modify my original motion to approve board action items A, C, and D.
Thank you.
And who seconded that?
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on A or questions on A, C, and D before we take a vote? Okay, Mr. Bertram, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Arbor?
Yes.
Mr. Horton? Yes. Mr. Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Casper?
Yes. Now I would like a motion for board action item B, the resolutions, or I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, resolution B. Sorry. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion? Any further discussion?
I guess I could throw out a couple more things. I know we talked on it for a lot, but that's one of the things that as we're up here, we have the opportunity to talk a little bit sometimes. So I alluded to the fact that this is an Ohio issue, not a Lakota issue. So I wanted to just kind of give some context to that. So Ohio in state revenue per pupil is 37th nationally, and this was from NCES report that was put out in 2023. State Senator Blessing sent a letter kind of talking about this to the state. But so our surrounding states, West Virginia was 29th, Pennsylvania 24th, Kentucky 22nd, Indiana 21st, and Michigan was 11th. And yeah, if anyone has any more questions, there's lots of other data that I could throw out there, but that's all that I wanted to add at this point.
Anybody else? Any questions, any discussions? Mr. Bertram, would you please
Well,
call the...
may I
I'm
just-
sorry, Mr. Nguyen.
You're good. Why? I mean, I understand why, but I just, why do we have to put out an active, to me, a resolution seems like this is activism. You're right, this is an Ohio issue, not a Lakota issue. I would prefer just leave the Ohio issues to everybody else. Are we going to pass resolutions on every single Ohio issue? I mean, we've got $9.6 million in unpaid student lunch debt. Are we going to have a resolution next meeting saying, hey, the state of Ohio should wipe out all the lunch debt from students? I mean, there's a lot of good resolutions to put out. I just think in your private time, in an email to a legislator, something like that. For me, I just don't find this, at least in my perspective, appropriate from the whole board to put out and, out there.
Yeah, I would say this is something that affects our district, pretty immensely. And one of the things that we had talked about when we talked about all the different options was kind of being transparent about the fact that we're just solving one piece and that there is another piece of this problem to be solved down the road. And so I think it's our duty to advocate for one of those options to solve that problem for our district down the road.
I think that's part of our responsibility as school board members, is to advocate to make sure that our students are getting everything that they need and they're entitled to, and right now we're not, and there's a surplus in the budget. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with asking. We are probably not the only people asking, so if your voice is never heard, you never ask, they never know that that's something that you desire. So to me, I think as our job as a school board is to advocate on behalf of our students.
I'll share my perspective. As a parent, I was really heartened when the legislature finally took up the mantle to address the unconstitutionality of how they funded public schools with the fair funding plan, and I was very excited about that as a parent. And then I became a school board member, and it lasted very shortly until they said, oops, no, we're not going to honor the promises we made. And so as both a parent and a school board member, I think it's important to keep fighting for the constitutionality of the funding system of how we fund public schools. I asked our legislatures many times, why does my son raise his hand and get more state funding for a private voucher than we do for public schools? And at a time when we're sitting on surplus, for them not to honor the guarantees that they put in place several years ago, I think it's good to have a voice requesting that.
Anybody else? Anything else? All right, Mr. Burcham, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Shaver?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
No.
And Mrs. Casper?
Yes. Next, we have treasurer's recommendations A through C. Approval of board, I don't know, that computer hates me today. Approval of board minutes, approval of monthly financial reports, and the financial forecast approval. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Bertram did such a good job that there is no need for further discussion. Will you please call the roll?
Yes, catching up on my clicks.
Oh, you're fine.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
And Mrs. Casper?
Yes. Now I'm asking for a motion for superintendent recommendations A through H. Approve personnel items, approve summer pay hours, motion to approve all technical changes to policies, approve a contract with Peterman Lakota Transportation for 26-27, approves of a resolution declaring transportation impractical for the 26-27 school year, and approve transportation routes for the 26-27 school year per Ohio Administrative Code. Do I have a motion? Oh, did I miss one? Oh, geez. Approve contracts and approve donations. Thank you, Doug. Now do I have a motion?
Can I request we pull out approved personnel items separately?
Pull out what?
Personnel items and vote separately on that.
Okay, we'll have a motion for everything but A.
I make a motion for superintendent's recommendation B through G.
H.
H.
Oh, H. Sorry, I didn't go down far enough on my computer.
Is there a
B
second?
through H.
Second.
Is there any questions? Well, yes, there's probably a lot of explanation, Dr. Whiteley, in those.
Yes. Couple of things. One is summer hours, summer pay hours. That is really just the last remainder of summer work that we had around like launch day and science PD day. As far as motion to approve technical changes, you'll see a document in front of you there called technical changes. What this is this is really just changing our compliance officers. We had a staff change, so instead of it having to go through a first read and a second read, technical changes only require one approval. They don't require a series of reads. All that is happening in these policies listed before you is on the back. The compliance officers are being updated to Aaron Marshall, who is currently in place, and Lori Brown is replacing the previous staff member who was there. So all it really is just making sure that our compliance officers are accurate. So it's a technical change in all of our policies. And so again, that only requires one read. As far as approval with a contract with Peterman and Lakota, that is for 1 year only. If you remember, we have been looking at transportation kind of ad nauseum, if you want to say that. And so we continue to review that. And so this is a 1 year contract. We will continue to look at that and then have a better determination of what we want to do going forward with transportation after that. So this is for only 1 year with Peterman and their collective bargaining unit, which is separate from Lakota. That is between Peterman and the Teamsters. That has already been approved as well just a couple of weeks ago. As far as the transportation of declaring transportation, this one's a little bit unique. This is not about impractical. This is about transportation being practical. So I want to review that with you. There are 4 schools, the Montessori Academy, Sacred Heart, Cincinnati Hill Christian Academy, and Cincinnati Christian, that after going through the mediations of impracticality the first time around with ODU, so the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce, and because of an increase in ridership applications, they are now being deemed practical instead of impractical. So I just wanted you to know that this is a new resolution for us that we actually had to write for the first time with legal counsel. So instead of it deeming it impractical, which it was before, those are being brought online after the mediation process and because of a change in ridership. As far as transportation routes, again, we continue to look at kind of no rock unturned or stone unturned in transportation. Our current routes are sitting at 181 routes. We continue to look at those. Again, we are striving for efficiency. But not at the sacrifice of customer service. I want to say those can go together. And so we're continuing to look at those because our goal, outside of master facilities, but it would certainly be nice if it could time around master facilities plan, would be to return to a K through 12 busing model. And we cannot do that unless we continue to really examine transportation, the cost around that, the routes, the schedule times that we have in our buildings, and make sure that those are aligned so that we can be the most efficient as possible. And then last but not least, you'll see a contract on there in G that is particularly for a 2026-27 Butler County Educational Service Center contract. We had a position that we tried to fill this year, the Assistant Director of Counseling and 504 positions. We actually extended a position to someone, and they were not allowed out of their contract per a different district. It was after the July 10th deadline, and so because of that, we are entering into a contract with Butler County Educational Service Center for 2 days a week with a particular staff member to support that role.
Any questions for Dr. White? Mr. Bertram, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Casper?
Yes. I now need a motion for Superintendent Recommendation A, approve personnel items. Do I have a motion?
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? If not, Mr. Bertram, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
No.
Mr. Nguyen?
No.
And Mrs. Casper?
Yes. We are now to closing comments. Mr. Nguyen, we'll start with you today since it was your first day of college for your second year.
That's right. I wore my Miami tie. Just keeping my comments short. This is the first full week back at school. So just wishing everyone a good school year. Wishing myself a good school year, but only I can control that. Thank you to this community for the opportunity to serve.
Mr. Argo.
I just have seen the excitement that Dr. Whiteley talked about of all the students and staff coming back to school. One of, I think, all of our favorites is the Friday Night Lights. I really enjoyed our first game, getting that under the belt, even though we had some bumps along the way with storms and lightning and things like that. I remember a conversation that I think we were having with our former treasurer a few months ago, how we kind of take for granted the spectacle and all of the groups and students and staff that get to come together for kind of the majesty of Friday Night Lights. I think someone who wasn't from this country remarked to Mr. Zink that it was like High School Musical to them. So just take a step back and kind of reflect on where we are. That's all I've got.
Schaefer?
Thankful for a great start to the school year. And also, prior to me joining the board, a prior board member said to me that one of the most difficult things of sitting at this table is sometimes you have more information than is appropriate to be available to the public. And so you'll make decisions that others are going to question why you possibly made that decision with the information they had. And I reflect on that often from this seat, particularly the last couple of weeks, that at times it can be a challenge sitting here because what we hear is somebody's perspective from only, unfortunately, being privy to part of the information. And we have to keep confidences and follow laws and rules and keep it that way, but it can be a challenge. But please know that the decisions we make at this table are not taken lightly. They are not taken without sincere consideration and doing our very best to put the best interest of all Lakota students, staff, and community members in our decision-making process and making sure that we are here to sustain Lakota for the long term and making sure that we do what's right. So as we get certain notes and calls and different things, it's our job to have a thick skin. I welcome those comments, but just perhaps stay back and, as Paul Harvey, for those of you who are old enough might remember, think that perhaps there's the rest of the story, because there often is. So,
Dr. Whiteley?
Speaking of Friday Night Lights, this week on Friday, the 28th, the East-West game, it is early in the season, but I invite you to come to Lakota West and see that exact spectacle that you will see. I will be in the concession stand, at least the first half. I love the concession stand on East-West night. It is crazy in the best way, but it's really just a wonderful opportunity to see our children come together in spirited but appropriate rivalry against each other. So it's going to be a great night.
Mr. Bertram, who did a fine job on your first meeting.
Well, thank you.
Running everything.
The nerves are almost down. I will say getting out on day 1 and day 2, getting into the buildings, and Mrs. Fuller taking me by the hand and getting me in those buildings, I was highly impressed with what I've seen so far. It really is impressive. I saw kids already pulled out, title kids, getting tutoring. I mean, wow, day 1, we mean business here. Talking to the staff, very excited. They seem very emotional, ready to get back to work. It's certainly, I'm very happy and very proud to be a part of Lakota early on, and I know it'll continue throughout my time here. It's an excellent district.
Mr. Bertram was trying to convince a second grader to be a treasurer, and I think he had them.
Thank you. Your turn.
I want to thank Mr. Argo for having get your head in the game, going through my head now after that. And I will say to Mr. Wynn, I do prefer your tie over Mr. Bertram's. So, sorry. For Friday Night Lights, as mentioned, it's an Ohio State one, so that's why.
He's a Michigan grad.
Yeah. Last Friday was Future Hawks Night for the Lakota East Feeder schools, and it's one of my favorite events because you see the next generation. They have a great banner, we are what's next, and it's all the elementary schools. And to see the kids come out and get that chance to have the pride of being, part of something bigger than themselves. And then you also see, all the parents who are excited for the premiere of football, but then you see all the volunteers and the PTSOs who are there volunteering to make this really, really big community event so special. I really enjoyed it, and it just reminded me of kind of at least one of the reasons why I do this job is to make sure that we're building something for those kids who are coming next. And I remember parading my kids around the track and watching it, trying not to get run over by either the band or the football field. Every year it's pretty dicey, but it is a really, really great way to start the year and just I love getting reminded of the importance of what we're doing here. And then I forgot what I was going to say. I have really appreciated what I've seen probably over the past month and a half, which is a number of people coming to the public participation, a robust amount of emails and communication coming to the board. From my viewpoint, that helps us get more information and understand what is top of mind of our community. So I just want to say thank you to the community that's been reaching out, whether that's at football games when they're grabbing me and commenting, or through the emails or the public participation. I'm seeing a robust kind of energy behind the community, and I love getting better informed. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been reaching out and informing and helping me get better educated on things.
Really, I don't have much more to say than my fellow colleagues have said, except that this week, Friday Night Lights is East-West for the first really early in the season. We don't usually play this early in the season, and if you thought last Friday was fun at West and East, you have not seen anything unless you've been to an East-West game. I would caution you to get your tickets early. It will be a sellout. I think they went on sale this morning, right, at like 10:01, which I thought was interesting, why 10:01. But so make sure you get your tickets early. And it has been fun to see kids in the buildings and, like Mr. Bertram said, engaging and already so quickly in the beginning of the year. They seem to be off to a great start, and our staff, as always, is doing a wonderful job acclimating them all, especially our little kindergartners who haven't been in school before. So thanks to all of them. It has been a great start to the school year. I do want a little bit echo Mrs. Schaefer's sentiment about things the decisions we make that aren't always easy. I guess, too, for me, it's just a cautionary tale that a lot of times you will see things in print, on the news, on television that, they want ratings, they want to sell papers, they want to sell magazines. So they may not have all the facts that we're allowed to give, but also, even sometimes when we give them facts, they choose not to use them. So just kind of want to remember that. So great, now I will entertain a motion to enter into executive session to consider the employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, per Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G1A, to consider the purchase of property for public purposes because premature disclosure of information would give an unfair competitive or bargaining advantage to a person whose personal private interest is adverse to the general public interest, Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G2A, and to conference with legal counsel concerning disputes that are subject of pending or imminent court action, per Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G3, to prepare for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment, per Ohio Revised Code 121.22 to review matters required to be kept confidential by federal or state laws or regulations, per Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G58, and to review details relative to security arrangements and emergency response protocols because disclosure of those matters discussed could reasonably be expected to jeopardize security of the Board of Education, per Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G6, and somebody send food because it sounds like we're going to be there a while. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion? Mr. Bertram, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We will not be taking any action when we return except to adjourn.